Hello everyone. Tonight we're going to talk about the simulation. Not just the theory of it, but those weird, uncanny glitches that make you feel like the world just twitched when no one else noticed. You're lying in bed, phone down, eyes half closed, and suddenly your brain whispers. This has all happened before, but not in a dream, not in a memory, in exact detail. The soft hum of your fan isn't enough to cover it up. The room bends around your thoughts. You remember this exact moment, the temperature of the pillow, the curve of your pinky finger, the distant dog barking at nothing. You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Drop a comment with your city and what time you're listening. Maybe someone else nearby is glitching out too. Now, turn down the lights. Maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise. And let's get started tonight. Section 1. It starts with déjà vu, that slippery feeling that you've done something before, even though you know you haven't. But what if that feeling isn't a malfunction of your brain? But a hiccup in the code, scientists still argue about what déjà vu actually is. Neurologists like Anne Cleary suggest it's the brain misfiring while trying to match a current moment with a similar memory, like a false positive. But let's be honest, it feels more like your personal timeline skipped and tried to restart without anyone noticing. You're standing in the kitchen. You reach for the mug you always use. And suddenly, the moment hits you like a memory, but one you never had. The birds outside chirp at the same pitch. Your hand brushes the ceramic at the exact same angle, and your stomach drops like you caught reality repeating itself. Then snap, it's gone. Everything moves forward, pretending it didn't just copy-paste a scene from a forgotten version of you. Here's a weird fact. In 2006, a man in the UK claimed he was stuck in a permanent déjà vu. He refused to watch TV or read books because he said he'd already seen or read everything, even things that had just been released. Doctors were baffled. They ruled out epilepsy, memory loss, and hallucinations. It was like reality was looping for him alone. If you've ever played an old video game, you know what it looks like when the world lags for half a second. The background stutters, a tree jitters. Your character runs forward but doesn't move. You mash buttons, hoping it catches up. Déjà vu might just be our brains noticing that tiny digital twitch. Imagine the server hosting your personal universe just froze for a nanosecond, and your consciousness was awake enough to register the reset. You know that feeling when you meet someone, and you're certain you've met them before. You tell them, you seem familiar, but you're not just being polite. You remember their voice, their laugh, the tiny mole on their neck, but they swear they've never seen you. What if they're telling the truth, because you only met their previous render? There's a joke you sometimes hear online. If life is a simulation, I'd like to speak to the developer, please, but imagine you did. And all they said was, oh yeah, that memory was part of a test environment. You weren't supposed to access it. Cool, cool, cool. Sleep well now. Sometimes it's not even moments you remember, it's entire moods. You lie down at night and suddenly you feel like you're 12 years old again, staring at the ceiling of your childhood bedroom. But your surroundings haven't changed. There's no smell of your old house. No nightlight buzzing in the corner, just a mood that doesn't match reality. Why? Maybe the simulation doesn't just recycle environments, it reuses emotional states, like emotional shaders. Remember that tech demo where a character walks into a room and it loads a sadness filter? What if your world does that too? And here's where it gets fun. Some scientists believe déjà vu can be artificially triggered. In lab settings, researchers have used virtual reality environments to make people think they've been somewhere before. The kicker: they hadn't. but the layout was similar enough to a place they had seen that their brain completed the illusion. So your brain is working with borrowed textures, like a low-budget indie game rushing to meet a deadline. This alley looks like the last one. Boss. Ship it. Another thing, why does Déjà Vu often feel urgent? There's this weird tension, like you're about to remember something important, but it slips away every time. That's not memory. That's a notification you can't click. Like the simulation gave you a pop-up and revoked access before you could read it. Maybe we're not remembering the past. Maybe we're remembering the draft of this moment. And sometimes, the system forgets to delete the old save files. Now, imagine this. You're lying in bed, staring at the ceiling fan. It spins clockwise, then counterclockwise. Wait, was it always doing that? Did it stop? You blink, it's back to spinning normally. That's when it hits you. Reality just skipped a frame. There's nothing scarier than the ordinary becoming suspicious, not because it changed, but because it shouldn't feel like it changed. And yet, here you are, questioning the fan. This is how it starts, not with portals or time travel, just with the mug, the bird song, and the ceiling fan. You close your eyes, but you can still feel the glitch like static in the air. You whisper to yourself, I've lived this moment before, and maybe, just maybe, you have. Section 2. There's a stranger standing across from you in the subway car. He's not doing anything suspicious. He's not even moving. He's just staring. Not in a, hey, I know you way. Not even in a creepy, flirty way. Just staring too long. Too still, like his rendering process got stuck. You glance away, then glance back. Still there. You pretend to scroll through your phone, but you can feel his eyes like they're part of the air around your face. Eventually, the doors open, and he leaves without a word. But as he steps out, you catch a weird micro-expression, like he suddenly forgot he was supposed to be acting human. This is the NPC stare glitch, and once you start noticing it, you can't unnotice it. Non-playable characters, or NPCs, are those filler beings in games who only exist to make the world feel alive. They say things like, nice weather we're having, and walk in slow loops around the same fountain. In open-world games, they're everywhere, but they're only convincing as long as they don't glitch. Sociologists still argue about what happens when social scripts break. There's this idea called interactional synchrony. It's how humans automatically mirror and time their behaviors with each other. You nod when someone nods, you pause when they pause. But what happens when that breaks down, when someone doesn't return your smile, or holds eye contact too long, like a forgotten loop in the AI code? Here's a story. A guy on Reddit once described seeing the same woman on 3 different public buses in one day. Same seat, same outfit, same book, open to the same page, not 3 different women, the same exact one. He started thinking he was losing it until a 4th bus ride, when she wasn't there, and everything felt suddenly more real. It was like the script moved on, he said. There's a name for that eerie feeling that someone's not quite right. It's called the uncanny valley, a term coined by robotics professor Masahiro Mori. It describes how we're comfortable with things that are either very human or clearly not human. But the moment something hovers in between too lifelike but slightly off, we feel a deep sense of unease. Like when a robot smiles just a second too late. You might have felt this with a cashier who said, "Have a great night," while it was clearly morning, or a guy who laughed before the punchline. The response was technically correct, but the timing was just wrong enough to leave a crack in the illusion. Now imagine this. You're walking through a shopping mall, and every single person you pass seems automated. They don't bump into you. No one makes eye contact. They flow around you like water around a stone. One woman even walks by you twice in 5 minutes, from opposite directions. She doesn't blink. A researcher named Daniel Dennett once joked that if reality is a simulation, then maybe most people are just philosophical zombies, conscious acting, but unconscious beings. If that sounds dramatic, just think of how many conversations you've had where the other person might as well have been running on autopilot. It's like the world gets bored sometimes and runs out of unique character models. You go to the DMV and everyone looks like they've been copied from the same angry template. Or you walk into a hotel lobby and every bellhop has the same haircut and smile. You start to wonder, is this design or a rendering shortcut? There's even a glitch known as the pop-in. In video games, objects and characters don't always load until you get close to them. If you move too fast, you'll see trees or buildings appear out of nowhere. Now think about how you sometimes turn a corner and almost collide with someone who definitely wasn't there a second ago. Where did they come from? That might have happened to you in an empty hallway. You hear footsteps, and suddenly, someone's just there, not walking from a distance, but already in range. Your brain writes it off as nothing, but your gut knows better. Here's a fun fact. In some brain damage patients with prosopagnosia face blindness. The brain can't recognize familiar faces consciously, but it still detects something's off. In one study, patients insisted their own family members were imposters. The subconscious part of the brain knew something didn't match. Maybe that's what's happening when a stranger stares too long. Your brain registers a mismatch in the behavior pattern, but your logic circuits can't explain it, so it files it away under mild paranoia and keeps walking. Now let's address that moment when someone seems to pause, you're mid-conversation, and they suddenly just stop. No blinking, no breathing. Like someone pressed pause on their animation cycle. You cough, and they jolt back to life with, "Sorry, what were you saying?" as if nothing happened. You chalk it up to daydreaming. But deep down, it felt like something lost signal. There's a joke in the simulation community. I don't fear death, I fear lag. Because it's not dying that scares us. It's freezing in place while the rest of reality keeps moving. So the next time someone stares too long at you, or doesn't quite follow the social rhythm, don't assume they're rude or awkward. Maybe they're just an NPC experiencing a latency error. Or maybe you are and they've just been coded to watch for behavioral drift. You close your eyes and think back to that man on the train. The way he looked at you, not around you, not past you, directly at you. Like you were the only thing that mattered in that version of the simulation. You breathe in, you breathe out. The memory glitches slightly. His face is fuzzy now, his posture uncertain. Was he even real? The room darkens. You feel your own eyes soften. There are no watchers here, just the soft hum of digital static and a world full of recycled avatars. And the silent understanding that some of them might be watching for the moment you figure it all out. Section 3. You check the time. It's 8:42 p.m. You blink. It's 9:17. No texts, no distractions. You didn't do anything, just skipped. Like reality hit fast forward while you stayed still. Welcome to the missing time glitch, where the simulation just eats chunks of your timeline like they're junk files. 1 second you're walking home, the next you're staring at your front door with no idea how you got there. Philosophers still argue about what time even is. Is it a continuous flow or just a series of discrete moments? Like film frames projected fast enough that we think we're moving. Julian Barber, a theoretical physicist, once suggested that time doesn't really exist at all, that the universe is made up of static nows stitched together by memory. Well, if that's true, then sometimes the stitching gets sloppy, and we fall through the cracks. Let me tell you a story. A woman named Kara once claimed she lost a whole hour while driving to work. She didn't fall asleep. No potholes, no weird detours. She was just suddenly 20 miles further along, with her coffee still warm and her playlist exactly where it left off. When she checked her dash cam later, the footage just froze at 7:18 a.m. and resumed at 8:21, like someone edited it in real time. Now, you've probably had many versions of this. Maybe you've been staring out a window and realized a full hour passed and you couldn't remember a single thought. Or maybe you were brushing your teeth and felt like time stretched, like you were stuck repeating the same motion again and again, waiting for something to unlock. Here's a wild fact. Studies have shown that under high stress or boredom, our internal clocks lose calibration, but not in a linear way. Time can feel longer while you're living it, and shorter in memory, or the opposite. It's like reality has a rubbery relationship with how long a moment should take. You ever fall asleep during a plane ride? And when you wake up, they're announcing the landing, but the map says you're still over the ocean. That groggy, how long was I out? Moment isn't just about naps. It's about time elasticity. The sense that maybe you weren't offline, but the world around you got reloaded and you were booted back in late. And the weirdest part? Sometimes the gaps feel intentional. Like the simulation meant for you to miss that part. Like whatever happened in those 25 minutes was something your programming wasn't clear to see. So it just skipped over it and hoped you wouldn't notice. You're walking your usual route: store, park, home. But tonight, something feels different. You swear the street is shorter. That bakery that's always closed on Tuesdays is lit up inside. You look at your watch. Time doesn't match what your body feels. You know you've been walking for an hour, but only 10 minutes have passed. And then, snap, it's gone. Everything normal again. Psychologists call this chronostasis, the illusion that time freezes when your brain resets its internal clock. It's most noticeable right after you shift your gaze, like when you look at a clock and the second hand seems to pause. Your brain backdates the visual input to create continuity. But what if that's just a patch A, quick reload to hide a deeper stutter in the system? Think about escalators. You step on expecting movement, but if it's broken, your balance stumbles even if you knew it wasn't moving. Your brain predicted motion, and when it didn't happen, reality hiccuped. That stumble, that's a physics-level glitch. The code didn't execute properly. There's also this theory in gaming called interpolation lag. When your internet connection is weak, the game engine guesses where everything should be. So if a player freezes and then jumps ahead, it's not that they moved the server filled in the blanks. Now think, how often does your life do the same thing? Ever had a conversation where the middle just vanished? You remember starting it, you remember the end, but the meat of it, what they said, what you replied, is gone. Your brain probably just interpolated to keep the emotional tone consistent, or maybe the sim deleted a scene it didn't like. There's also the old joke, time flies when you're having fun, but really, time flies when you're not paying attention. So maybe the simulation takes advantage of that. Maybe those boring commutes and dull chores aren't actually happening. Maybe they're just cutscenes your mind politely skips so the program can conserve memory. You ever try to recall how long it takes to shower? Some days it's 10 minutes. Other days it feels like a full meditation retreat, but you never really know. You're not measuring us, you're just assuming continuity. Here's the unsettling part. What if continuity is a shared hallucination? There's a phenomenon known as false continuity, where your mind fills in missing details using best guesses. That's why eyewitnesses are terrible at recalling exact timelines. Your brain doesn't save time, just the story. If the story makes sense, your brain shrugs and moves on. But your gut still knows when something's off. Tonight, as you lie in bed, Maybe you'll experience it again. You'll hear a faint sound, open your eyes, and the clock will have changed, but nothing else will have. Your blanket's still warm, your breath still slow. You'll close your eyes again and wonder, was that 5 minutes or 50? And right before sleep takes you, a little voice inside your head might whisper, it doesn't really matter. That part wasn't for you. So, if you find yourself blinking and suddenly it's tomorrow, just nod. Smile at the lazy elegance of a universe that sometimes forgets to load the in-between scenes. After all, you don't need every frame to tell a good story. Section 4. You're in a new city. You don't know anyone. But there he is again, the man in the red hat. You saw him at the corner cafe this morning, then at the bookstore. Now he's 2 seats away on the train, sipping a coffee and pretending not to notice you noticing him. It's not paranoia, it's pattern recognition. Or maybe it's a rendering shortcut, because when the simulation runs low on memory, it starts recycling assets, and sometimes it forgets to shuffle them properly. This is the copy-paste people phenomenon. Social media theorists still argue about whether our perception of repetition is cognitive bias or real anomaly. Some say we're just wired to detect familiar faces even in crowds. Others whisper darker possibilities. What if the sim only renders a few fully detailed characters, and the rest are templates looping through the same animations? Let's run a quick test. Think back to your commute today. How many unique faces can you actually remember? 5, 10. Maybe none. Your brain throws away the extras, which means the system can, too. There's a funny old story about a guy who traveled through Europe and kept seeing the same 3 strangers. He even started calling them by Roll's green backpack. Laughing woman, silent guy, different cities, different days, same people. In one bizarre twist, all 3 showed up at the same train station on his final day in Berlin and didn't acknowledge each other. He was the only one who reacted, like the program got lazy. He said, "You've probably seen this in your own life. A neighbor who always walks their dog at exactly the same time, wearing the same hoodie. The grocery clerk who says have a good one in the same tone every visit." You start to feel like you're in a sandbox world where the non-essentials just loop. Here's a strange fact. In behavioral experiments, people are more likely to remember repeated stimuli even when they're told not to. It's called mere exposure effect, but it gets weirder when the repeated thing doesn't change. Same facial expression, same direction, same pace. It's like a background loop was left on by mistake. There's also the phenomenon of convergent anomalies, different people, unknown to each other, reporting eerily similar experiences. Reddit is full of posts where users describe seeing the same person, a man with sunglasses, a woman in a green coat across multiple days and places. The comments are always a mix of humor and quiet unease. One guy even claimed he followed a man in a striped tie through 5 different subway stations in 2 different cities. Not stalking, just curious. The man never broke pattern. Always the same walk, same direction, same pause at the vending machine. The poster eventually stopped following him out of fear that he was the glitch. Let's talk about procedural generation, a term from gaming. It's when the system generates content on the fly using preset rules. Forests, mountains, even people randomly generated, yet constrained to patterns. The result? Sometimes you get repetition. Same face, new clothes, same mannerism, different accent. That's why certain cafes always seem to have the same kind of barista. Or why you keep dating people who remind you of your ex, despite completely different names and jobs. It's not your type, it's the system reusing parameters. You ever meet someone and feel like you already know them? Their smile fits, their voice makes sense, You can predict their responses before they speak. That's not chemistry. That's déjà code. There's also a psychological trick called cryptomnesia, where you think you're having a new thought, but it's actually a memory you forgot you had. The same thing happens with people you think a face is new, but your brain found it in its cache. The problem is, sometimes that face wasn't in your cache. It was just placed there. Here's a fun glitch to try next time you're in a crowded place. Pick one person, anyone. Watch them for a full minute, then look away. Count to 10, then find them again. If they're exactly where you left them, in the same posture, with the same expression, you may have found a frozen loop. Or maybe you're the one in the loop. Because once you notice the copy-paste people, you'll start wondering if anyone else has noticed you doing the same things over and over, sitting at the same cafe, wearing the same jacket, giving the same nod to the crossing guard every morning. What if you're someone else's recycled asset? Remember that idea from earlier philosophical zombies, beings that behave exactly like conscious people, but have no inner life? What if 90% of the people you pass every day are just running pre-recorded scripts? You wake up, you go outside, and the simulation spawns just enough detail to keep you engaged. The person in line behind you doesn't exist until you turn around. That car only honks if you're looking. That red-hatted man, maybe he is real, but maybe he's also the same entity wearing different skins, just enough to slip under the radar. Tonight, as you drift off, your brain might randomly assemble a dream where all the people have faces you've already seen today. That's normal. Or is your dream pulling from the same cache the simulation uses sleep deep enough? And maybe you'll pass into the part of the system where new characters are designed. Maybe that's why dreams feel so weird. You're watching the rendering process before quality control. You close your eyes, but not before wondering, what if you see the red-hatted man again tomorrow? Will you wave, or will he be looking right at you? Already waiting. Section 5. You glance in the mirror. Something's wrong. You're doing all the normal things, brushing your teeth, adjusting your collar, but the reflection doesn't feel like it's following. It's not that it isn't matching, it's that it's matching too perfectly. No lag, no hesitation, no imperfections. Like it's not a reflection, but a simulation of what a reflection should be. This is the mirror glitch, one of the oldest, eeriest tricks the simulation plays on us. Because when mirrors break the rules, your brain doesn't panic, it whispers. That wasn't supposed to happen. Philosophers and neuroscientists still argue about self-recognition. We're one of the few species that can identify ourselves in a mirror, along with elephants, dolphins, and magpies. But how does that work? Is it memory, social conditioning, or just a trick of light and internal consistency? Here's a weird one. Some people with mirror agnosia, a rare neurological condition, cannot interpret mirror reflections correctly. They'll reach behind the mirror for objects they see in the mirror, unable to understand that it's a reverse duplicate. Their world is still intact except for that one layer of reality that refuses to play along. Now imagine you wake up one day and notice something off in your reflection. A blink that's half a beat late. A smirk that doesn't match your internal emotion. A subtle head tilt that wasn't yours. The moment passes. Of course, you laugh it off. But later, it happens again. There's a famous creepypasta called The Man in the Mirror, where a guy notices that his reflection scratches its head before he does. Just a fraction of a second, then it smiles. And from that moment on, he never looks in mirrors again. You ever stare at yourself too long in a mirror past the point of checking your hair or teeth and start to feel like you're watching a stranger? Psychologists call this the strange face illusion. In dim lighting, prolonged self-gazing causes the brain to distort your features, melting skin, hollowed eyes, shifting faces. Some people see relatives, some see monsters, some see nothing at all. But maybe that's not a hallucination. Maybe the simulation doesn't expect you to look that long. Maybe mirrors are a one-way surface rendered just enough to satisfy a glance, but not enough to withstand scrutiny. Here's a chilling fact. Some ancient cultures believed mirrors were portals to other versions of reality. That's why broken mirrors were feared, not because of superstition, but because a shattered mirror was seen as a shattered boundary between worlds. One researcher joked that mirrors are the only place you can see yourself exist without being yourself. That's poetic. Or it's the patch notes for whatever visual algorithm governs human consciousness. Now, let's talk about dreams. Ever dream of yourself looking into a mirror? Try it. It's notoriously hard. Most dreamers report that mirror images are blurry, distorted, or non-functional. That's not just dream logic, that's lazy rendering. The sim can't double process you when you're already the camera. You're the player character. Reflections are NPC behavior. Some people go their entire lives never seeing anything odd in a mirror. Others have stories. One man claimed he saw his reflection staring at him even when he turned away. It watched him leave the bathroom. He swears it tilted its head a split second too late, as if it realized it missed its cue. I never felt like I was alone again after that. He said, "There's also something oddly intimate about mirrors. They're how we measure change, haircuts, wrinkles, mood. But what if they're also how the simulation calibrates you? What if the reflection is the way the system tracks your emotional rendering? You're calm. The reflection is calm. You cry. The reflection cries. But what if you're pretending, smiling while broken, laughing while hollow? What if the mirror glitches because it knows you're lying? That's the stuff nightmares are made of, and for good reason. Fun thought in some mythologies. Mirrors were covered during storms or after death because people believed the spirit could get trapped in the reflection, not the soul, the code, a copy that the simulation can't safely delete. Let's bring it closer to home. You're brushing your hair before bed, soft light, quiet room. You yawn, glance into the mirror and swear for a second that your eyes were already closed. Just a blip, a trick of fatigue. But the hair on your arms rises like static because some part of you knows that wasn't you, not entirely. You turn off the bathroom light and walk to bed, but the mirror, dark and full of faint reflections, remains. You might think this is all silly. Mirrors don't glitch. Glass is just glass. But there's a reason haunted houses always have dusty, antique mirrors in dim hallways. There's a reason urban legends warn against saying names into them. There's a reason some people won't sleep if their mirror faces the bed, because mirrors are too honest. And sometimes, honesty reveals the seam in the code. So tonight, if you wake up and catch a glimpse of your silhouette in the black mirror across the room, don't rush to turn on the light. Don't blink too fast. Just let your eyes adjust and smile softly. Because if the reflection smiles first, you'll want to see it coming. Section 6. You glance at the clock. It's 11:11. Again. You saw it this morning too. And yesterday. And somehow, last week. It was 1:11 when your Uber arrived. It's starting to feel like the numbers are following you. This is the repeating number glitch, a digital breadcrumb trail through an analog world. The simulation has a tell, and it loves symmetry. Mathematicians and mystics still argue about the meaning of repeating numbers. Some say it's cognitive bias, your brain loves patterns, so it notices the time only when it's weird. Others say it's numerology, angel numbers, or the universe winking at you from behind the curtain. But there's a third option: the system left a debug code visible, and your subconscious caught it. You ever wake up randomly in the night, roll over, check the time, and it's always something like 3:33 or 2:22. That doesn't happen during the day, only at night, when your mind is soft and the boundaries of the sim stretch thin. In programming, a repeating value is often used to indicate something isn't initialized. 1111 or 9999 might mean default or null state. If life is a simulation, those recurring numbers might not be signs. They might be placeholders, empty values left behind by a lazy update. Here's a fun, weird real-world detail. Many digital clocks flash 12 or 0 when the power is interrupted and reset. Why? Because that's the system's neutral default. Nothing magical, just a sign that the program restarted. And yet, when that happens in real life, when you notice repeating numbers after a power nap, a strange encounter, or a lost hour, it feels like a checkpoint was hit, a quiet little save point. There's an old internet post where someone claimed that every time they made a major life decision, a repeating number would appear in a random place, a license plate, a receipt total, the number of likes on a post. They believed it was the simulation's way of logging events, like writing to a hidden file. Timestamp 1111, event existential crisis, status rendering. You might be thinking, okay, but clocks are designed to show repeating numbers. It's just coincidence. Sure, but then there are the people who see repeating numbers on non-clock objects. Serial numbers, room assignments, tracking codes. It's like the world is trying to run out of digits and keeps looping the same sequences. Or maybe it's not trying that hard to disguise the artificiality. Let's get even weirder. You ever catch a digital display glitching? Like, instead of changing from 759 to 800, it jumps directly to 803. You chalk it up to lag, battery issues, whatever. But your brain feels a little static buzz, like the world skipped a breath and hoped you wouldn't notice. There's a phenomenon called time slip, an alleged sudden shift in the flow of time, where people report jumping forward minutes or hours. It's mostly anecdotal, but in simulation theory, it's often interpreted as a local reboot or clock desync. Basically, your time stream fell out of sync with the global one. Whoops! It's like multiplayer lag in real life. You're sitting in a waiting room. You stare at the wall. You feel the minutes pass. You check your phone, only one has. But your body feels like it aged 5. That wasn't boredom. That was desynchronization. And it's not just digital. Some analog clocks are weird too. Ever stare at a second hand and notice that it seems to pause? That's called the stopped clock illusion, or chronostasis. Your brain fills in a moment of missing information by stretching the time you see. A literal time illusion built into your perception. Here's something else. Casino clocks are notorious for either being missing or all synchronized to the same ambiguous time. Why? So your brain loses track of real-world chronology. But what if some public clocks are faking it for deeper reasons, standardizing artificial time across variable render environments? You laugh. But next time you walk through an airport and notice 4 clocks showing the exact same time down to the millisecond, ask yourself, how realistic is that? When was the last time your microwave and your phone agreed? And then there are the clocks that change when you're not looking. You glance once, 10:44. You glance again, 10:47. What happened in between? You don't remember? You weren't there? You might say. That's just zoning out. But zoning out is exactly when the simulation can get away with subtle skips. The system doesn't need to render the whole world when you're not paying attention. It just makes a guess, a convenient guess. You get home from a long day and check your phone to see what time it is, and then immediately forget. You check again 5 seconds later. Still blank. The third time. You finally see it. But what if that first time, there wasn't a time to see? Now let's go deeper. What if time itself is procedural? In games, time isn't continuous, it's a variable. It can speed up, slow down, pause entirely. If the sim is smart, it wouldn't waste cycles simulating time you don't need. So it just doesn't? That would explain why traffic sometimes flows in impossible ways, or why some days vanish faster than others, or why Monday morning feels longer than the entire weekend combined. It's not perception, it's prioritization. You lie in bed now, eyes on the digital clock across the room. It glows red in the dark. 1:59. You stare, waiting for the change. Still, 1:59. Still. Then 2102. No blink, no in between. Just the next moment, already waiting for you. You smile, and somewhere in the quiet data center beneath your reality, a line of code resets. Section 7. You set your phone down on the kitchen counter. You turn away to grab something from the fridge. When you turn back, it's in your hand. You freeze. You know you put it down. You felt it leave your fingers. You even made a mental note about where it was, because last time it disappeared for 20 minutes and turned up in your shoes. But here it is, back in your palm. No memory of picking it up. Welcome to the "didn't I just?" glitch loop, a favorite trick of the simulation when it wants to stretch your sense of cause and effect like taffy. Psychologists and software engineers still argue about whether these loops are memory errors or perceptual skips. One side calls it misattribution. The other calls it caching error. Either way, you're left feeling like you just watched reality trip over its own shoelaces. Here's a weird fact. Your brain is incredibly bad at tracking routine motion. Once it decides something is normal, it stops logging the steps. That's why you sometimes wake up halfway through brushing your teeth or realize you've driven 10 miles with no memory of the road. But that doesn't explain why your keys vanish from the table and appear in your bag, or why your coffee cup is suddenly empty when you swear you hadn't taken a sip. Let's get nerdy. In video games, there's a function called loopback reset. It's when an object snaps back to its starting position if the game detects a potential error. If your sim character drops their sword off a cliff, the game says, "Oops," and respawns it in your inventory. Now ask yourself, how many times has your reality done that you ever lose a pen? Look for it everywhere, give up, and then find it exactly where you first looked, but this time it's just there, like it spawned in after a loading screen. That's not memory failure. That's a loopback reset, or better yet, a rollback. In programming, a rollback is what happens when the system encounters a problem and reverts everything to a previous stable state. It's a safety net. So, when you make a series of decisions the simulation doesn't like, or maybe hit a narrative dead end, it might roll you back a few seconds. Just enough for you to feel it, but not enough to prove it. Ever walk into a room and forget why you came in classic? But here's the kicker. Sometimes you do remember, but it doesn't feel like the same reason you had before. Like the simulation loaded a new version of you into that doorway and gave them slightly different priorities. You laugh about it. I must be losing it. But deep down, part of you wonders if something just restarted. Here's a story. A man named Luis once claimed that every time he tried to quit his job, reality looped him. Something would go wrong. He'd lose the email. The power would go out. His boss would disappear into a meeting that didn't exist on the calendar. It happened so many times. He started writing timestamps, and then those disappeared, too. Eventually, he gave up. Still works there. Swears he's in a glitch trap. You might call that coincidence. But glitches love coincidence. They hide in it. They use it like fog. Let's talk about the Zeno's paradox of living. You keep reaching your goal, but never quite arrive. You go to put the cup down, but you realize it's already down. You go to text someone, but the message is already typed. You reach for the remote, but your hand's already holding it. Your mind says, I'm initiating an action. But your body is halfway through it already. The simulation anticipated you. Or maybe it's just copying a previous session. Ever reload an old save in a game and find yourself doing the same thing again, even though you swore you'd make a different choice? That's real life sometimes. There's also a theory in AI called predictive modeling. It's when an algorithm tries to guess what you'll do next based on previous behavior. Your phone uses it. Your music app does too. But what if reality uses it? What if the simulation gets so good at guessing your next move that it occasionally executes it before you do? You set the glass down and hear it clink before it touches the counter. You reach for your coat and it's already on your arm. Tiny things, dismissible things, but stacked together. They make you start to wonder who's piloting this version of you and how many reruns have you unknowingly starred in. You sit at your desk. You open a tab, you start typing, and the words are already there. They're not quite yours, but they fit. Like something wrote the first draft before you caught up. Déjà vu is just the tip of the iceberg. The real discomfort comes when you feel like you're on rails, scripted actions delivered through invisible prompts. You get mad. You grab your phone to vent. But wait, why is it already open to the message app? Why is the name already typed in? You hesitate, your thumb hovers. Maybe the simulation is just trying to speed things up. Or maybe it's keeping you within parameters, repeating routines, copying safe states, running loops until you're tired enough to stop asking questions. And now, as you lie in bed again, you try to recall whether you already listened to this part of the story. You remember the jokes, the phrases, the voice. But maybe you're not remembering. Maybe you're reloading. You close your eyes. The phone, still in your hand. Section 8. You wake up from a dream that felt more vivid than anything you experienced yesterday. The colors were saturated. The people were familiar, but stylized. You felt emotion like a sharp, concentrated burst of terror, awe, then woke up to the muted gray of your ceiling fan spinning lazily in the dark. For a moment, you can't tell which world was more real. Welcome to the dream bleed glitch, where the boundary between simulation and subconscious starts to dissolve, and you're not entirely sure which side is meant to be the default. Neuroscientists and philosophers still argue about the purpose of dreams. Some say they're the mind's rehearsal space. Others say they're emotional processing centers. But there's a fringe theory, one quietly gaining traction, that dreams are not internal at all, but external renderings, pulled from the same visual engine that constructs your waking reality. Here's a creepy fact. In lucid dreaming studies, participants have been trained to recognize text inconsistencies because written words often shift or blur in dreams. The theory, language rendering, isn't stable in the dream server. So if you want to know whether you're dreaming, try reading a sentence twice. But what if that doesn't work? What if your dream is detailed, logical, complete? What if it feels like you've lived a week, and then you wake up with only a vague impression and a sore jaw from grinding your teeth? That's not imagination. That's a different shard of the simulation. Think about this. Some people have recurring dream locations. A certain house, a certain city, a subway station with glowing tiles. These places don't exist in waking life, but feel lived in with decades of imagined memory. You know where the doors lead. You know which stairs creak. How is that possible? It's called dream persistence, and some psychologists chalk it up to neural reuse. But what if it's just a hidden level, your personal test environment, that the system forgets to wipe? There's a guy named Jonah who swears he worked a full shift at a job he's never had in a dream. He remembers inventory counts, rude customers, the texture of a rubber name tag. He even remembered telling his coworker, I think I'm dreaming right now. The coworker laughed and said, then don't forget to clock out. He woke up exhausted and craving the vending machine snack he'd only ever eaten there. Another man once reported having a dream so detailed, it included its own TV commercials full, scripted ads with jingles and brand slogans for products that don't exist. It felt more stable than my real day job, he said, like I'd tuned into another channel of life. This is known as intersimulation overlap, where content from one construct leaks into another, like shared memory between open tabs. Dreams aren't figments, they're neighboring renders, and sometimes the firewall slips. You ever wake up and find an answer to a problem that haunted you all day? A phrase, a number, a name you swear you never knew before, suddenly, right there in your post-dream clarity. That's not divine inspiration. That's data merging. And then there are the dreams that predict things, not in a mystical lottery ticket kind of way, but mundane, creepily accurate details. You dream of spilling coffee on a book and then do it. You dream of a conversation, word for word, and then live it. It's not prophecy, it's a preload. Some dream researchers suggest that your brain simulates possible futures while you sleep. The best matches get promoted into memory. The rest get discarded. But what if the simulation runs its own night-build scenarios? It's prepping for you to live, and the dream is just the rehearsal. You're not dreaming, you're debugging. And sometimes, those builds leak. You dream you're being chased through a foggy street. You wake up with sore legs. You dream you're underwater. You wake up gasping. That's not metaphor. That's physical sync. A mismatch between simulation state and physiological echo. There's even a phenomenon known as false awakening loops, where you dream that you've woken up, go about your morning, and then wake up again, real this time, allegedly. But what if both layers are just simulation shells nested inside each other? What if this one is just better at faking your kitchen smell? You lie in bed now, trying to remember the dream you just left. It's slipping fast. The only image left is a hallway long, repeating, impossible. You remember walking it for what felt like hours, turning corners that reset the layout, endless doors, and then a mirror at the end. Your reflection watching you from inside, not following, just waiting. You remember reaching out. The glass was warm, and now you're here, but your hands are still cold. Section 9. You're walking down the hallway at work when you notice something strange. The hallway is longer than it should be. You've walked it 100 times. It takes exactly 12 steps to reach the door at the end. Today, it's taking more. You count 13, 14, 15, and the door still isn't there. The walls are the same. The carpet is the same. The buzzing fluorescent light above you hums its usual tired tune. But the distance keeps stretching. This is the invisible wall glitch when the simulation forgets how to finish loading a space. So it just loops the same geometry until you give up and turn around. Architects, game designers, and philosophers still argue about how much space actually exists when you're not occupying it. In games, areas outside the player's field of vision are often left unrendered to save memory. Some believe our reality works similarly, that the world builds itself around your consciousness as you move through it, piece by piece, corridor by corridor. Here's something unsettling. In 2017, researchers studying human spatial memory found that people routinely misjudge the layout of familiar spaces. Hallways slightly longer, turns slightly sharper, rooms slightly smaller. The errors weren't random. They followed consistent patterns, like the system was recycling room templates and just hoping you wouldn't notice. Have you ever been in a hotel and felt like the hallways don't quite line up with the building's exterior? You look out your window and realize, based on where your room should be, there's no way the hallway outside matches what's physically possible. But the inside feels normal, plausible, because the sim isn't programmed to make it match the blueprints. It's programmed to make it feel consistent. You ever open a door that's always locked only to find it open one day, and inside, there's nothing? A broom, maybe, or a bare wall. You were expecting something, a storage room, a hidden office. But instead, it's a placeholder, as if the world didn't prepare content for this route. Come back later, it silently says. There's a true story about a man named Alan who worked in a mall and decided to explore a service hallway he'd never been in. He walked down the corridor expecting to reach a dead end. Instead, he found a second, longer hallway. He followed it, and then a third, then a stairwell. Eventually, after what he swore was over 15 minutes of walking, he came out on the same floor he started from, 10 feet from the door he'd entered. He swears the space folded, the corridors repeated, like he was stuck in a spatial loop that the mall wasn't supposed to have. That's not just architecture. That's procedural geometry gone wrong. There's even a phenomenon in horror games where players get trapped in what's known as a liminal space, rooms or corridors that seem normal, but are too empty, too quiet, too endless, like the backrooms of reality. That's what happens when the system runs out of scripted space and defaults to generic layouts. You've probably experienced a version of this. You try to walk to a part of your neighborhood you've never visited. Suddenly, the streets become confusing. You feel like you've been walking forever. You turn a corner and you're back where you started, or you enter a store you've passed 1,000 times, finally stepping inside and it's eerily empty. Staff who don't look up, shelves half-stocked, lighting too dim, like you entered a place that wasn't finished loading yet. And then there are the doors that never open. Everyone has at least one. The locked utility closet at school, the bolted gate behind the apartment, the elevator button that never lights up. You tell yourself, it's just off limits. But you feel something deeper, a kind of code wall, a denied access message. In the simulation world, that's called a soft barrier, not something that says you can't go here, but something that just never invites you to try. You don't question it, you just walk past, forever. A friend once told me she grew up in a house with an attic door that wouldn't open. It didn't have a lock, it didn't even have a knob, just a flat, sealed panel. One day, during a renovation, a worker finally pried it loose. Behind it, nothing, just drywall, empty space, not an attic, not even a crawl space, as if the house had included the suggestion of an attic but never bothered to program one in. Here's a fun design term: skyboxes. In video games, the sky is often a static image wrapped around the environment. You think it's far away, but really, it's just a painting a few hundred feet above your head. Now imagine how far have you really looked into the sky? Have you touched it, measured its movement, or do you just assume it's infinite because that's what the illusion wants? Maybe that's what space is. Maybe that's what the locked doors are for, to suggest depth without providing content. You lie in bed tonight and think about that hallway, the one at school, at work, in the hospital, the one that never seemed to end. You remember walking it as a child, hand brushing the wall. You never made it to the end. You always turned back because something about it felt wrong, like it stretched a little too far for a public building, like it wasn't really meant for you. And now you're older, and the doors still don't open, the loops still loop, the spaces still stretch, but you keep walking them, don't you? Because some part of you still hopes that one day, one of those doors will open, and something new will finally load. Section 10. You're folding laundry. A perfectly mundane, perfectly grounded task. You match the socks white and white, stripe and stripe, until one doesn't have a match. You search the basket again, under the towels, inside the pillowcase. Nothing. It's gone. You know you had it. You remember holding it. You remember the feel of it. You remember placing it down right there. But the universe has swallowed it. Welcome to the missing object glitch, most commonly known as the missing sock paradox. But it doesn't stop at socks. Oh no. Phones, keys, wallets, pens, receipts. Reality has a way of letting things quietly slip through its fingers. Cognitive scientists and simulation theorists still argue about what's really happening when objects disappear and reappear in impossible places. Some say it's attention blindness. Others say it's cross-instance asset displacement. A fancy term for the simulation moved it because you weren't looking. Here's a story. A woman named Tara reported losing her house keys. She tore apart her apartment looking for them. Nothing. After 3 days, she found them in the freezer, not on top of anything, not in a basket of frozen vegetables, just sitting there, perfectly placed, like someone had gently set them down and walked away. Now, maybe she was sleepwalking, maybe, but she lived alone, and she didn't own a microwave. So how'd they get there? This isn't just a human memory bug. There are names for this kind of thing: displacement hallucination, object transposition error. But those terms assume a single brain made a mistake. What if the system did in games? There's a glitch where inventory items disappear due to bad collision detection. You drop something on a slanted surface, and it falls through the floor. Poof, gone. The game engine doesn't simulate the infinite basement where it lands. It just deletes it. What if your apartment has similar rules? You place a pen too close to the edge of your desk. The physics engine gets confused. Rather than simulate the fall, it simply removes the object. No bounce, no noise, just absence. And then, when the simulation realizes its mistake, it reintroduces the object in a plausible but illogical location. The car seat, the fridge, a pair of pants you haven't worn in months. You laugh, shake your head, and say the same thing every time. I swear it wasn't there before, because it wasn't. Ever had a friend return something you know they never borrowed? Hey, thanks for the charger. You blink. That's not mine. Well, it was in your bag. You stare at it. It is yours. You recognize the scratch on the side, but you never brought it with you. That's not a borrowed item. That's a respawned one. Or the reverse. You lend someone something, say, a book, and months later, they insist they returned it. You search. It's nowhere. You both remember it differently. In simulation terms, this is called a desync, where two clients, you and your friend, hold different versions of the same reality due to a failure in state synchronization. This happens in multiplayer games all the time. Player A sees the sword on the table. Player B sees it in their inventory. The server has to reconcile who's right. In real life, the simulation just shrugs. Here's a particularly weird category: recursive losses. You lose an item, replace it, and then find the original after buying the new one. Always. It's like the sim was waiting for you to commit resources before restoring the previous save state. Like it's playing with you. You might say, well, I was just being forgetful. But be honest sometimes. You remember the exact moment you place something down, the temperature, the sound of the object touching the surface, the light in the room, and then it's gone. You want a real horror story? A man named Felix once lost his wedding ring for 3 years. It vanished during a vacation. They searched the hotel room, the car, the luggage. Nothing. They assumed it was lost forever. 3 years later, while packing for a move, His wife opened a box of Christmas decorations unopened since the year before the trip. Inside, nestled in a plastic ornament, was the ring. No one could explain it. Here's a little programming secret. Most engines don't simulate object permanence unless someone is actively interacting with the item. It's more efficient that way. You only need to track what's in play. Everything else is stored in an invisible inventory, ready to be called when needed. Your brain might work the same way, or your world might. So when something disappears, it's not necessarily gone. It's just been archived. And when it comes back, it may not be your version of it at all. You lie in bed now, thinking about that scarf you lost last winter, the one with the stitched initials. You looked everywhere. It never came back. Until next week, maybe, when you open a drawer you never use, and there it is folded, as if it never left. You'll smile. You'll feel silly. But deep down, something will whisper, this wasn't a mistake. It was a swap. Section 11. You're walking through a crowded plaza, just minding your business, when something strange happens. The crowd shifts not randomly, but with rhythm. A strange, glitchy choreography. People move in clusters, pause in sync, or swivel their heads like a flock of starlings pivoting mid-flight. No one else seems to notice, but to you, it feels rehearsed. This is the broken crowd behavior glitch when human movement mimics code, and everyone seems to be operating on the same, slightly faulty loop. Sociologists and simulation theorists still argue about whether crowds have emergent intelligence or simply follow local rules, like ants in a colony. But even if it's organic, it can be simulated. Game designers call it Boyd logic, a set of simple rules for group movement separation, alignment, cohesion. It creates the illusion of intelligent flow without any one part being smart. In theory, people are individuals, but in practice, they move like code. You ever walk through an airport terminal and notice everyone heading in the same direction, stopping at the same place, turning their heads toward the same screen even if there's nothing on it? That's not curiosity. That's a behavior script firing at once. There's a story from a guy named Rico who once watched an entire subway platform react in unison. He said a loudspeaker made a garbled, unintelligible noise, and everyone looked left. Not to the source of the noise, just left. For no reason. He was the only one who looked right. And he said he's never felt so alone in a crowd. You might be thinking, that's just herd behavior. And yes, humans imitate. It's how we survive. But herd behavior doesn't explain the loops. The same person pacing past you 3 times with the same limp. The woman checking her phone at the same exact interval every 20 seconds. On the dot. These aren't reactions. They're timers. Ever been in a waiting room where no one talks, no one blinks, and no one leaves? Time slows. You're watching a cutscene that wasn't supposed to hold your attention. The simulation didn't plan for you to observe this long. In gaming, NPCs are given idle animations, looped behaviors to keep them from freezing when the player is near. A cough, a foot tap, a meaningless gesture. If you stand too long, the loops become obvious. Reality has its own idle loops. The security guard scratching his nose every 12 seconds. The barista who always hums the same 6 notes. Your coworker who always says, "Living the dream on Wednesdays," and never any other day. Let's get weird. There's a concept in crowd simulations called crowd pooling, where the same group of AI entities is teleported from one area to another to conserve resources. So if you see the same man in a blue jacket at the grocery store and at the gas station, it might not be coincidence. It might be asset reuse. Ever feel like you see the same people no matter where you go? Not just in your town, everywhere. Different cities, different events, same stock faces. It's not that they're literally the same people. It's that the simulation is reusing patterns. And the strangest part, the moment you decide to look for it, the system reacts. People act slightly more randomized, as if trying not to get caught. That's not paranoia. That's rendering awareness. Here's a creepy experiment to try. Next time you're at a coffee shop, pick one stranger and track their behavior for 5 minutes. Then look away for 1 full minute. When you look back, see if their behavior has reset. Same posture, same sip, same glance at the menu they've already memorized. You ever try to make eye contact with someone in a crowd and they always look away just before you meet their gaze? That's not coincidence. That's collision avoidance logic, a programmatic feature in AI to prevent overlap. But sometimes it fails, and you get that one person who locks eyes with you for too long. We talked about that earlier. Remember, the NPC stare glitch. It often shows up in crowds because that's where you're least likely to expect individuality. But sometimes, a face in the swarm will watch you like it knows you're awake, like it's waiting for you to do something unscripted. That's the real glitch. Not repetition, not pattern, but recognition. One Reddit user claimed they were walking through a farmer's market when every person they passed said, "Hi there," with the same intonation, 3 steps apart, same tone, same smile, no variation. It wasn't creepy until the 6th time. Then it was unbearable. They left. The world resumed. You lie in bed now, eyes closed, but your memory replays the crowded mall, the synchronized turning heads, the fake laugh, loops you hear in restaurants, the clinking fork, the cough that happens right after someone says so anyway. You wonder, are you watching them? Or is the simulation watching how long you'll keep watching them? You roll onto your side. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you remember walking through a crowd as a child and thinking, what if they're all pretending? Now you're older, and you've learned the truth. They are. Section 12. You're babysitting your niece. She's 5, sugar-fueled, wearing a superhero cape and a crown made of pipe cleaners. You're exhausted. She's invincible. But then she pauses mid-sprint, turns to you with calm, serious eyes, and says, "You're not the real version of you." You blink. What she shrugs and returns to chasing her imaginary dragon. You sit there, ice cold now, trying to figure out if she just delivered a line from a horror movie or accidentally cracked open the simulation's source code. This is the creepy kid dialogue glitch, those unsettling moments when children say things that feel like debug messages from a younger, less filtered node of reality. Developmental psychologists and metaphysical weirdos still argue about whether kids are more in tune with reality or just pulling things from imagination. But even skeptics admit sometimes what they say cuts a little too deep, like a line of code being read aloud by a system too new to know better. You've heard the classics, kids saying, "I picked you to be my mommy," before they're old enough to lie, or asking, "Where did I go before I was here?" Or worse, "When will I go back to the other place?" There's even a case where a 3-year-old refused to sleep in a new house because the man with no face watches from the wall. He didn't cry. He just informed everyone, like a system alert. Rendering issue shadow entity detected in zone 3. Now sure, maybe it's cartoons. Maybe it's the eerie power of suggestion. But you've been in the room when a child says something that turns your bones to jelly. You've heard it. That flat tone. That eerie lack of context. That dead serious gaze that seems to know something. It's like they're running a different version of the patch, still connected to the older data, before the personality overlays get installed. Ever talk to a kid who gives you information they couldn't possibly have? One father shared that his daughter once asked, "What happened to your red car?" He hadn't had a red car in over 10 years, not since before she was born. She then added, "It flipped over near the woods," which is exactly how he totaled it back in college. He never told anyone, not even her mother. In programming, there's something called ghost variables, leftover bits of data that weren't fully deleted and sometimes surface unexpectedly. That's what kids feel like sometimes. Walking repositories of old save files, with corrupted dialogue trees that occasionally spit out forbidden lore. Or maybe they're just too new to the system to forget. Think about childhood amnesia, the fact that most people can't recall anything before age 3 or 4. The theory is that our brains aren't developed enough to encode memories. But what if that's just the first full wipe of the simulation? What if the earliest years are the tutorial level where you still have access to the debug menu, and the simulation slowly locks it away as your consciousness stabilizes? That would explain the kids who remember past lives, wouldn't it? Who insist they had a different name, a different family, a house with yellow walls and a dog named King, who get the layout right. Who name places they've never been. Reincarnation, maybe. Or maybe the sim ran low on fresh player IDs and just recycled one. Here's something you might have experienced: a toddler staring at a blank wall and laughing, or waving, or getting mad at someone behind you when no one is there. That's not imagination. That's a rendering bleed, a glimpse of a process only partially hidden. You ask, "Who are you talking to?" And they reply, "You'll see soon." Yeah, sleep tight. And what about the way kids ask questions? Not, "What is that?" but "Why is it here?" Not "Where are we going?" but "Is this the only version?" They don't just wonder what the world is. They interrogate the very rules of it, like QA testers trying to find the limits. A famous AI researcher once said that all babies are born scientists constantly running experiments. But maybe they're not testing themselves. Maybe they're testing the system. How much will the floor tolerate if I jump on it 10 times? What happens if I keep repeating the same word until the grown-up breaks? And when you try to discipline them, they often say things like, "That's not fair," or "You didn't say that before." They're not pushing boundaries. They're pointing out logic inconsistencies. They remember the earlier version of the rule, and they're holding you to it like a bug report. There's even a chilling case where a child refused to call their newborn sibling by name, not out of jealousy, but because that's not who she is. She used to be someone else. The parents laughed it off. The child didn't. Tonight, you lie in bed, and your mind replays that afternoon your little cousin whispered. You're not dreaming yet, but soon you will be. You were just trying to put her down for a nap, but she didn't look tired. She looked sure. You close your eyes. You think of all the times kids stared too long at something invisible, or said they talked to the woman in the wall, or asked if this is the version where the big fire doesn't happen. They're not making it up. They just haven't learned to lie about it yet. Section 13. You're walking down the stairs when your foot misses a step, but you don't fall. You should fall. The laws of physics demand it. But instead, your body hovers for a moment, suspended in a strange pause, like the world is holding its breath, and then, gently, you land on the next step like nothing happened. You stand there, heartbeat thudding in your throat, thinking what just didn't happen. This is the gravity glitch, those rare, uncanny moments when the rules of motion betray their own script, and your body becomes the only witness to a temporary suspension of reality. Physicists and fringe theorists still argue about whether gravity is a force or an illusion. Mainstream science says it's the curvature of space-time, as described by Einstein, but in digital simulations, gravity is just an algorithm, a downward vector applied uniformly to all entities. A simple line of code that says, "You fall now." And sometimes it doesn't execute. Here's a weird story. A man named Aaron was riding an elevator alone when it jolted midway, not violently, just a soft bump, as if the cable caught on something. Then, for a full second, he floated, not jumped, not stumbled, floated. He described it like the moment just before a roller coaster drops, except it never dropped. The elevator resumed, the doors opened, and no one believed him. But you've felt smaller versions of it, haven't you? That strange delay between stepping off a curb and feeling the ground. The moment you expect to fall, maybe from tripping or slipping, and your body braces. But the impact never comes. You just continue. In games, there's a bug called collision desync, where characters don't correctly register contact with surfaces. You see them hovering slightly above the floor, or falling through geometry, or worse, getting stuck in a falling animation indefinitely. When it happens to you, it's subtle. A jump that floats longer than it should. A yawn stretch combination that sends your arms drifting upward too lightly. A pencil knocked from a table that seems to wait in midair before deciding to drop. Your eyes deceive you, but your body doesn't lie. You felt it. There's even a name for the illusion that time stretches during sudden danger, tachypsychia. It's what soldiers and athletes experience when everything seems to slow down. But what if it's not the brain speeding up? What if the sim literally slows local physics to avoid crashing the player? You think I'm kidding? Ask a boxer mid-fight. Ask a motorcyclist mid-skid. Ask yourself next time your coffee cup falls in slow motion and bounces without spilling a drop. Here's a strange fact. NASA astronauts have described microgravity environments as calmer than dreams. Some even report phantom sensations of floating once they return to Earth, as if gravity needs time to reinitialize. Now consider this. What if your personal gravity occasionally fails to load properly? What if the simulation checks every so often and says, "Oh no, their vertical velocity isn't sinking, better patch that before they notice"? And when it doesn't, you get the staircase hover, or the floating penny, or the way your phone seems to hang in space when you fumble it midair, as though the world is watching in suspense. Here's a fun one. A woman once described walking into her kitchen and seeing a leaf suspended halfway down in the air, just stuck. No wind, no motion. It hovered there for 3 seconds, then resumed falling. She says she never told anyone, not because she was scared, but because she didn't want the glitch to know she noticed. You ever try to toss a small object and it just doesn't arc correctly, like it's moving through jelly, or fall asleep on a swing and wake up remembering the exact moment you floated out of your seat, but never came back down? It's not always dramatic. Sometimes it's just a moment when you reach for something and your arm seems longer, or you feel heavier getting out of bed, like gravity took a while to remember its settings, or you drop a pillow and it bounces like it's been filled with rubber. And sometimes it's the inverse. Sometimes gravity forgets to work at all. You fall out of a chair and land like a feather. You step off a curb and glide. You wake up from a dream where you were floating and realize, for a split second, you still are. That's not sleep inertia. That's a rendering misfire. The code for your personal physics module skipped a line, and the universe forgot to pull you back down. You lie in bed tonight, heavier than usual. Or maybe it's just that gravity finally remembered how to hold you. You remember the time you jumped into a pool and it took longer to hit the water than it should have. You remember the time your shoelace flapped upward instead of down. You remember the time a dropped spoon landed with no sound. And now you wonder, what if we're not bound by gravity, but simply told to obey it? And what happens the day we stop listening? Section 14. You're home alone, late at night. The world is quiet, still, peaceful. Then you hear a crash, loud, sharp, real. You jolt upright, heart pounding. You rush to the kitchen, expecting to find broken glass, a fallen frame. Maybe the cat tipped something over, but there's nothing. Everything's untouched. Silence returns. And yet, your body knows it heard something. Welcome to the phantom crash glitch, when the simulation emits sound without event, echo without cause, as if something rendered and de-rendered too fast for the world to catch up. Sound engineers, neurologists, and metaphysical theorists still argue about auditory hallucinations. Most blame stress or misinterpretation of ambient noise. But there's another possibility: these sounds aren't in your head. They're the echoes of unloaded assets, the system's garbage data slipping through the sound buffer. In gaming, there's a bug called a phantom asset trigger, where sound effects from previous events play out of sequence. You hear a door slam, but no door moved. A scream, but no character nearby. It's the game engine catching up or misfiring. Real life does it, too. You ever hear a loud bang in a room where nothing could have made it, or a soft shatter, like ceramic breaking, only to find every plate intact? A woman named Elise once described hearing her bedroom lamp explode in the middle of the night. She turned on the lights. Lamp was fine. Her husband hadn't heard anything, and yet she described the sound perfectly. The crack of glass, the thump of the base tipping, even the soft ting as a bulb hits the floor. It never happened, but her nervous system acted like it had. That's not a dream. That's a partial rollback, a scene that started to play, then canceled at the last moment, but left the audio track running. Here's something wild: your ears process sound milliseconds before your brain is fully aware of it. That's why you can react to a noise before you understand it. It's a built-in alarm system, but if the sim sends a false alarm, your body still panics even if there's no cause. Ever been half asleep and hear a door creak, a whisper, a knock, but nothing's there? That's not insomnia. That's audio clutter. Data leaked from another instance, like radio waves crossing, or dialogue from an adjacent reality bleeding into yours. In shared living spaces, apartment buildings, dorms, people often report unexplained bangs. You think it's the neighbors. They think it's you. No one actually made the sound, but everyone heard it. That's shared echo error when the simulation plays an event globally, but doesn't attach it to a location, so it exists, but only as sound, like a movie playing on mute, in reverse. Here's a creepy one. A guy named Marcus swears he heard the voice of his late grandmother call his name, not in a spooky, ghostly way, just her usual voice, soft and impatient. He was folding towels. It stopped him mid-fold. The air changed. Then it was gone. He checked his phone. No audio, no alerts, no one home. Just a single word, his name left hanging in space. Was that grief? Was that memory? Or was that uncompressed memory audio? Briefly released by the simulation in a moment of emotional proximity. There's also a phenomenon called exploding head syndrome, a real, documented sleep disorder where people hear a loud crash or bang as they're falling asleep. There's no pain, no damage, just noise. Doctors say it's harmless, but those who experience it swear it feels like the world is tearing open for half a second. That's not a hallucination. That's rendering distortion. The transition between consciousness and sleep is the perfect time for the simulation to reshuffle assets, and sometimes you hear the mechanics of that shift, like the hum of a fridge, but cosmic, like thunder with no lightning, like the audio track of reality got bumped forward a few frames. Tonight, as you lie in bed, you might hear it again, a thump in the hallway, A glass clink in the kitchen. You tell yourself it's the house settling or the wind, but there's no wind, no pets, no pipes, just you and the system whispering. Something almost happened. You listen, breathing slow. The silence feels loaded now, like a held breath behind the wall. And you wonder how many times has the simulation tried to render something and thought better of it. Section 15. You're walking through a parking garage, alone, late. The concrete echoes with your footsteps. You reach your car, unlock it, open the door, and then freeze. There's a camera, not your dash cam, not a security camera, a small black orb tucked between your windshield and dashboard, blinking. It wasn't there this morning. You would have noticed. You lean in closer. It blinks again, then turns off. This is the watcher glitch, the final and most unnerving realization that something in the simulation is not just broken, but watching you notice that it's broken. Cognitive scientists, surveillance experts, and speculative philosophers still argue about whether the universe observes us passively or if some aspect of it reacts to our awareness. You've heard the term the observer effect from quantum physics, where particles behave differently when measured. But maybe it's not just atoms that perform. Maybe reality itself only loads fully when it knows you're looking. And sometimes it looks back. There's a story that floats around forums. A man working late kept catching something in the corner of his eye, just out of frame, always disappearing when he turned. Eventually, he set up a webcam to catch the glitch. What he found wasn't a shadow or a person, but a brief flicker, 2 frames of the camera showing him from the back, from a higher angle, as if someone or something was recording both him and the camera at once. You ever have the sense that your thoughts are being monitored, not in the paranoid, tinfoil hat way, but in a gentle, quiet, evaluative way, like a teacher watching a student solve a puzzle, or a developer testing AI for signs of curiosity? That's the simulation logging your curiosity spike, and you've felt it before. You're in your room, no lights on. You turn to the door for no reason, no sound, no movement, just a presence, a hum, a quiet tug of awareness that says you're not alone, not because someone's there, because something else is. Maybe you've had a moment where the world felt staged, not just uncanny, but deliberate. Every person in the cafe paused at once. The rain started at the exact second your phone died. The streetlight turned green just as the podcast host said the word go. Coincidence or timing? And what about those dreams? The ones where someone says, "You're not supposed to be here." Or the figure in the crowd who locks eyes with you and says, "We've been watching." Not ghosts, not aliens, sysadmins, running diagnostics on your reality. There's even a philosophical theory called pan-computationalism, which suggests that the universe is one giant information processing system. If that's true, then everything you see is a user interface. Every object, every smell, every memory, just a visual wrapper for data. And every now and then, the UI cracks. You see the matrix stutter. You hear the sound before the action. You remember something that didn't happen yet. You look up and the simulation is looking back. It's not always technology. Sometimes it's people. A man on the bus who watches you sleep but pretends to read. A barista who repeats your order before you say it. A stranger who mouths your name without speaking. You tell yourself you imagined it. But what if those aren't people? What if they're agents, not in the sunglasses and earpieces way, just little self-contained monitoring subroutines? You can feel them sometimes. You say something truly weird, something the simulation doesn't expect, and then you feel it. A pause. like the world is waiting to see what happens next. The air gets heavy. The lights buzz a little louder. Someone coughs, but it doesn't sound like a cough. More like a trigger event, a marker. You've reached an edge. Now think about this. How often do you feel the urge to check your phone for no reason, or walk into a room with no purpose, or open an app just to close it? That's input polling. The system checking if you're still active, if your thread is running, if your attention is on task. You lie in bed now, the last chapter of this quiet little story playing in your mind like a memory that doesn't belong to you. You recall every glitch, the stares, the lost time, the impossible dreams, the mirrored delays, the socks, the shadows, the loops, the voice that called your name. And now this, the camera, the watcher, the sense that this moment isn't just being heard, but written down. And as your eyelids grow heavier and the world begins to fade into that gentle, swaying sleep dimension, you think maybe someone is watching, and maybe you're the glitch they've been waiting for.
you.